Hello, welcome to the stream. We are leveling an Acolyte today. We're planning on going for a Necromancer fire build. So we're gonna go for the Necromancer Mastery. And we're just gonna try to speed level this as much as we can. Got some gear waiting in the stash. Hopefully it can speed up the leveling process. And I really don't have a very particular idea in mind for the final build we're going for. But I just know that we're gonna use the new unique item boots for Season 4 called Ash Wake. And hopefully we can do something really cool with it. And for now we're just trying to get to the Keeper's Camp with really low damage. But hopefully we can bump that up pretty soon. We're gonna go with Intelligence in the start here. And we do get some pretty crazy leveling gear waiting for us in the stash. So we're gonna see what we got there. So we have to wait a little bit for some of these. We're gonna obviously choose Circle of Fortune to use them.
I, Galila of Valcala, would be honored to offer you an invitation.
And we're planning on basically just not rushing through the campaign, but not lingering there for too much as well. We got these awesome Arboreal Circuit leveling items with a lot of movement speed, and we slammed some intelligence onto there. So we'll be really overpowered, I think. Already got some juicy intelligence going there. So at level 7, we'll equip this one and we'll switch to this one at level 39. The plan is to use Hungering Souls for as long as we can and throw some Wandering Spirits in there. These at level 6 will be awesome. They give you swiftness, so I think that's 30% increased movement speed. No, it's movement speed based on character level. Obviously it's haste, that's 30%. So I think actually we're just gonna have these items in our stash so that we can equip them whenever. We got these awesome boots waiting for us at level 8. Slam the 2 LP. Got some intelligence, tier 7 increased movement speed. That's gonna be awesome. We're gonna start off with this helmet and then we're gonna switch to this one. And soon we will have Hungering Souls unlocked, which is 5 passive points. We already got 1. And just to show you this axe, so we got a tier 7 spell necrotic damage of 73 flat spell necrotic damage, so that will carry us, I think, through the entire campaign and into the end game. So let's see how we do here.
We'll lend our aid to heal Borea's army.
So we're gonna have our skeletons. We need 3 of them. We're planning on going down here in the Hungering Soul skill tree and get some more multiplicative damage when we have exactly 3 minions. So that's why we need our skeletons, although they won't do any damage directly. And we're already one-shotting things, obviously, even with Rip Blood unspecialized. So we're just gonna try to stay a little bit below the area level, so we're not gonna spend time killing mobs currently. And you see our movement speed is already quite decent because of the arboreal circuit rings that give movement speed, which are really good for leveling. Even got a movement speed shrine there. And you can see that one went down pretty fast. That one is usually a pain when you're, at least in the season start, when you don't have any gear. That boss can be really painful. Right, we need to get down to the storage rooms. Gonna get those passives in. And once we got 5 passive points, we're gonna spec into Hungering Souls. And hopefully we can just cruise through everything. Maybe do some one-shotting. So we're gonna wait with specializing before we got Hungering Souls. We need 2 more passive points. And we need to keep an eye out on all of our other gear that we're gonna equip as soon as we can. Our leveling gear. So we'll see a huge breakthrough once we can equip our boots. That's 3 of the levels to go. Because then we'll get a lot of more movement speed. And we're 1 passive point away from Hungering Souls. And there it is, Hungering Souls. Let's specialize in it. And we are going down here and get this one. So I think we're going to start off with this one.
This way. You're here to protect the drink. Tread carefully. That should help. Well, tell you what.
We already got some decent intelligence there. We got 54 intelligence at level 5.
If you don't know why Orion is after us.
That's quite insane. So I don't think damage will be an issue during the campaign. Hello, Honlight. Nice to see you today. Hope you have a good day at work. And hope you're not tired of your build yet. Oh, you can't quit already on light. It's only been a week. A little bit more. That's way too soon. There's so much stuff to play. Right, we got some more damage there for Hungering Souls.
But let me first check and make sure the Epoch's safe.
And now we're only 1.5 level away from these. And if we can just trigger a cutscene here. And we can actually equip these already. That's awesome. So we went from 38 to 49% movement speed. That will just increase with our level. So we'll just see an improved movement speed once we level up, which is awesome.
A terror's blessing. Prayers be with you.
Everything okay? What that and what that we there? Are you stay safe, stay alive, and bring Balthus back.
I skipped the precious chest. Hello, Manspax. Nice to see you. How are you doing today? Good to see you on the stream. And we're actually not skipping only chests, but we're skipping like everything. Let's see here. We only show class idols, some exalted tier 7s, which we won't see for many hours, and then we just hide everything because we're not picking up any loot. We're not having a look at if there's any upgrades. We're just gonna use the slammed leveling gear throughout the entire campaign. I think that will carry us just fine. We already have like 54 intelligence, maybe even more now with the passives, 56, which is quite insane at level 7. And there's only a level to go before we even increase our movement speed with tens of percentages, because we'll get these awesome slammed boots over here, more intelligence as well. Now we have these boots here. Yeah, well, before this stream I slammed some really good leveling gear here. So we got some tier 7 intelligence, tier 7 intelligence, tier 7 intelligence, 73 spell necrotic damage. Yeah, so I think we should kind of be covered well into the early end game, possibly. Depends on when we switch to the actual minion setup. But I think we're just gonna level with this at least through the campaign. And the reason I went for intelligence on these and not, for instance, spell damage, which would give us more damage, but that means basically any intelligence-based character we level up, we can use the same rings. So we don't need to slam new equipment for every character we do. And I do a couple of different characters for every season, so to put it mildly. So now we are going for increased damage. And I think now we can equip the boots, right? Yeah. So let's see, our movement speed went from 49 to 98. That's insane. Now you see we fly through the map here. One shot most of the mobs. And we can actually equip the helmet as well. So basically the helmet only gives us some increased spell damage and some mana. We don't use fire skills here, so it doesn't really apply to that, so. But it should be better than any other item we find for our level here. So you see now we almost got 100% movement speed.
You're here for the Epoch.
And we get more movement speed for each character level through the swiftness on the gloves. We actually got 3 LP here, so we could have slammed some stats onto there as well, but I think we'll do just fine.
No, get me up. Oh, which, speaking of, I must reach Lena at once.
Yeah, it's a bit of a kind of luxury to have 3 LP and not having slammed anything onto there, but
Continuous blessing.
could have slammed some intelligence at least. But I think we'll do just fine.
You're back. Lena, I'm sorry to you too.
So now we're heading to the Ruined Era.
With the Epoch's power,
Balthus is going crazy here.
finally,
See you later, Hunlight. I hope you figure out what to do next.
How? Where? What just happened? This place is
And we're actually just gonna turn on some music here.
but somehow the same.
I don't know about you, but I really like the last Epoch music, so I actually prefer having that music in the background. Just sets the tone for the game. So you can see we're kind of speed running here a little bit. I think that's kind of the, if you have some decent damage and just pump up the movement speed, then you can basically just fly through the campaign. We're actually going to do the entire campaign as well, just to get the knowledge of Orbis Point and the plus to all attributes, which is awesome. And the plan for this build is actually to spec into Vitality. Why? Well, the plan is to do a Ignite Fire Minion build. If it turns out, I don't know. But you have, where is it? This one. That gives minion more damage over time per Vitality. And that's more multiplicative damage, not increased damage. So that's a huge bonus. So we're going to stack a lot of Vitality for this build. And then we're going to use the amulet. We don't have it now, but there's an amulet that gives you 2 health per Vitality. So if we end up at, let's say, 80 to 100 Vitality, that's a lot of flat health only from that amulet. That's kind of the plan at the moment. And also if we end up at 80 to 100% Vitality, we'll get 80 to 100% more damage over time for minions. So that's the current plan. And now we get this juicy node here. 50% more multiplicative damage with 3 minions, which we do have. So hopefully we'll see a huge damage increase there. Yeah, I agree, man. Specs. It's I'm not too fan of the Ruined Era music. I'm not too fan of the Ruined Era in total. But the music in general, like overall, is really good. But usually I just look forward to getting away from the Ruined Era in the campaign. Really like the Ancient Era, that's awesome. The scenery and the mobs and everything is just really nice.
Gods be with you. Stay safe.
But I think the intro music for Last Epoch, the kind of the menu title theme is, if not the favorite of all time, it's definitely very high up there. And I also really like the End of Time music, which I think many people do. I think that's some really world-class game music. But yeah, I prefer to have the music in the background throughout the entire game, really. Just creates that atmosphere. And I think that was kind of, at least when I was younger, that was really important for me to kind of get into the immersive worlds and everything, to have that music complement the game. I think that's really important. You're getting dizzy. It's actually a very high movement speed, so I can understand that. Do we have more there? Yeah. Oh, yes. And I'm not even gonna bother. Maybe we'll do Wandering Spirits as our secondary skill. But I don't think it's really required at the moment to basically spend time on it. We're not going to use it that often anyway because it just drains our mana. That's exactly the point, man. Specs, it's a speed leveling stream. So our movement speed will just grow through our gloves because we'll get more movement speed per level. So it will be even faster. And we're waiting for this belt, level 19, that will give us some armor and some cast speed, which is good. So we don't really have to think about survivability at all, I think. And once we get to around level 30, I think it was, we'll get this necrotic penetration from the helmet, which is awesome good. And yeah, we've just hidden all the loot for our loot filter. So that's why we don't see any drops whatsoever. And we're not going to do this one. I think we'll just pump more points in here to get the increased damage. So we're primarily just focused on boosting our damage and movement speed. I think the survivability will sort itself.
But their memory will give you.
And let's see if we got some idols here. Maybe... did we have a necrotic? Let's see if we got any necrotic idols. I don't think I've collected them, so we shouldn't have any necrotic penetration idols, I think. If so, we were very lucky. Nope. So let's just go with the health then. We can do this one. And we do get some nice armor, I think. Armor idols. This one. Just to kind of crank up the defense a little bit so that we don't have to worry about that at all. Yep, health on kill. Did I not equip it? There you go. Health on kill on the idol will definitely help us. And I don't think we really need to think about survivability for a while. The only thing I'm kind of thinking about is the belt. Level 19, that's not far to go. Let's see if there's another belt in here. Do we got some belts?
Yes.
At least this one is an upgrade. And we can do some intelligence, maybe. No, not intelligence, but necrotic damage. And then we'll just do one of these, not corrupted. Rune of Discovery, just add some affixes onto there. And then we'll just crank this one up. So we got some more necrotic damage. That will do until we get the set item belt. Have a good day at work, Manspax. Very nice to see you here. And I hope to see you soon again. We're not going to bother with Nemesis or anything, because it's not really worthwhile to do it at this stage. Got all the gear we need. So we're actually approaching the mastery choice. Which went pretty fast. And we're just gonna do Necromancer. I mean, we're not gonna respec at a later stage just because we're not using minions at this current stage.
I fear. Please stop him.
Then we're gonna do this one, and then 1 point here, and the last 5 we'll do here. And that's also something kind of interesting if we go, where is it, here? So we get minion penetration based on our overcap necrotic and elemental resistances. That's also something we're gonna try to utilize in the final endgame build, just to get a penetration in. So we got vitality and we got stacking overcapped resistances. And we're gonna focus on fire. So that will be interesting. But we're a little bit far off with the final build for now. But with this movement speed and damage, we'll get there soon. Just gonna tone down the music a little bit. Alright, so we're gonna do this one and then 5 points here.
The silence wakes.
Where are you going? Gods.
So we might even specialize in Bone Golem soon. I don't know. Doesn't really matter what our second specialization is, I think. Maybe even Spirit Plague to get some damage over time. Global damage over time buff. So if you got any ideas, please let me know in the chat what secondary skill we should specialize in. I don't think it's very important at the moment, but we should just utilize it when we got it. So maybe we'll just do the Golem just to have kind of a sense of being a Necromancer. And we do got a lot of intelligence, so even our minions still scale kind of good at the moment. And we also got the minion damage from the passive tree. So I think we can even go with specializing in a minion skill as well.
Eterra's grace be with you.
We're just gonna prioritize doing these magic mobs. Get most XP.
Gods.
And now we're doing this one. Get some more damage in there.
Stay back. Run.
And now we're off to get our Necromancer Mastery.
failed to handle the void's power. So much for their mighty elder. Pathetic. What is this place? Everything's in pieces.
You seem a little. This. He might be kind enough to show you how to tap into.
All right.
You've woke. If them
Choose mastery.
eyes,
So we're gonna do Necromancer.
shall you wish to
We get some increased minion damage there, so maybe we'll just spec into a minion skill for our secondary as well.
I see your. We will meet again.
Maybe we'll do some fire rates. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a golem. The fire rates are available quite early, so that's an option. But we don't want to go around summoning them all the time. And then we gotta go down here to increase their size and all that. To not have the decay on the rates. And then we got Spirit Plague. We could go for the increased global damage over time buff. But then again, we would have to use Spirit Plague quite often. So maybe we'll just go for a Golem for now. We don't want to press too many buttons. And we could just give it some attack and movement speed for now. And it can just be our tank. But please let me know if you got any other ideas. And we can explore them.
Thank you. There is an old passage to the surface.
So we're 5 levels away from the belt.
Stay safe.
Our idle slots are full.
Do not dwell on regret. May I tear a smile upon you?
There's our golem. And you see, he actually does some damage because we do have all of this intelligence, 64 at level 14. That's quite insane. And obviously all of our skills scale with intelligence. 4% increased damage per point, so that's a lot of increased damage. We got the increased minion damage as well from our Necromancer Mastery, and we also got this as well, giving minion damage and damage to ourselves. So we're actually doing a hybrid build here of minion damage and necrotic spell damage, and we got a lot of movement speed through our slammed leveling gear. Some tier 7 movement speed on the boots. Also some intelligence. This is awesome. We got the arboreal circuit rings with movement speed as well. And we've also slammed some tier 7 intelligence onto there, which explains our high intelligence, at least for this stage. We don't have any items dropping because we've hidden it. Everything. Because we're not after upgrades in the campaign. We will never get upgrades to the gear we currently have, so we're not gonna spend time on loot. The only thing we got not hidden in our loot filter is class idols. Because we don't really have any class idols for Acolyte yet. Because I've only played Primalist so far in Season 4. So we are after those. And once we get kind of more into the end game, then we're gonna set up our loot filter. And kind of the plan for the final build is to do Ignite fire minions with the new Season 4 unique Ash Wake, the boots, which turns Aura of Decay into fire. So that's what we're gonna use. And that's basically everything we know. So I got an idea in mind, but it will definitely not turn out exactly to what the idea is. But I just know that we're gonna make a build around fire minions, either it being Ignite or a more hit-based build, and we're gonna use the Ash Wake Season 4 unique boots. That's the only thing we know. So I think now we're soon gonna, or actually we're gonna do it next time, pump some passive points into the Necromancer tree as well.
Greetings. Farewell. Who are you?
Well-ridden ruins. I thought this would be satisfying, but I feel nothing. No matter.
Here we need to find the Void Horrors patrolling the area. And we're not going to do any Nemesis at all, because we're not here to try to get upgrades or anything like that. We do have all the gear we need. Okay, so let's see here. I think we're gonna go for intelligence and some health, which will scale everything currently got going.
Well-ridden ruins. I thought this would be satisfying, but I feel nothing. No matter.
And I think I went to detour there for sure. Could have just gone down. Then it's really nice to have the movement speed. So now it's at 99%, our movement speed. It will increase with our levels. So I think next level we'll get to 100%. Which is kind of where you want to be when speed leveling. It's obviously quite difficult to do on the first playthrough of a season, but now we've accumulated so much gear that we have everything we need. We even slammed some legendary stats on there, so that's awesome. I think we even do transplant just to cover ground even quicker. And we're just gonna rush through here. We're not gonna spend too much time killing mobs as long as we're kind of around the same level as the area.
Farewell.
Yes?
And the golem is just standing there. There's an omen window here. Renowned Advent. You have also experienced the Golden Beam bugged. That's weird. I haven't really thought about that before. Hopefully it's not a bug introduced in Season 4. But we have to keep an eye on that. Bugs in LE, that never happened before. Yeah. I'm just happy they fixed the swipe bug that were actually introduced in Season 4. I think it was probably due to the Prime List animations, the new animations for Prime List. And the backhand swipe didn't trigger the companion skill if you had that node spec'd in, the Primal Resonance node, I think it's called. So it only worked for one of the swipe animations. So every second swipe, it would trigger the companion ability, but luckily they fixed it pretty quickly. Hello Cam, nice to see you today. How are you? So good to have you on the stream. We are leveling for a minion Necro fire build, possibly an ignite build. But we don't really have too much of a detailed plan. What we know for sure is that we're gonna make a build based on the new unique boots introduced in Season 4 called Ash Wake, which primarily turns your Aura of Decay into fire. So we know for sure we're gonna do a build with that one. But apart from that, we don't really know. All right, so let's see. Maybe we're going down to take the melee damage or the flat one. Actually, let's turn it into fire. And here we're going to do one more point here and then this one, I think. Unless there's something I've missed. No, I think that's correct. Yes, Sarathor, we're gonna do a build centered around the Ash Wake boots, the new boots introduced in Season 4. That turns Aura of Decay into fire. And the plan is to, where is it? Aura of Decay. We're gonna do this one as well, obviously, to get the ignite chance for minions. Then you get this one that gives up to 75% more poison damage. It will be fire damage for minions when converted to fire. So we're going to go for that one. And we kind of have this brief idea of what we're trying to achieve. We're going to try the Dragon Flame Edict and get a lot of minion fire damage and ignite chance. And we're going to try to do ignite builds. That's kind of the initial plan, but I don't really know. And that's what I enjoy about playing ARPGs in general, but also Last Epoch. Just not having too much of a detailed plan. Just test out different stuff. See where it takes you. The exploration phase of it is something I enjoy. Obviously, I do some theory crafting to have kind of somewhat of a direction on where I'm going with it, but it usually doesn't end up that way. Sarathor, you got a 1 LP Ash Wake. That's awesome. Maybe you can do a build with me here. I actually think I got a, not to brag, but I think I got a 2 LP in the stash, which is awesome. So that fits kind of perfectly with the plan. So what I'm thinking now is possibly doing transplant to increase movement speed. Maybe we'll do that for now. We could do Spirit Plague to bump up our increased global damage over time. Let's do transplant for now, and we're gonna pump here. Maybe do some mana. Maybe do some detonation. And then we had a lot of passive points here. We're not gonna consume our minions. That was a bad move. I pumped too many points in there. And then I think we're gonna go with the increased necrotic damage here up next. And I think we're gonna head to the end of time just to respec that node I mistakenly pushed in there. Sarathor, you played my Witchfire Warlock. Awesome. How's it going? Do you like the build? The clear speed is actually very good for that build at least. And the single target damage is at least solved by using the return below node of Chthonic Fissure in combination with Infernal Shade. So that Infernal Shade deals all its remaining damage immediately when spirits hit
Hello,
the
traveler.
target from Chthonic Fissure. And that works pretty well. Alright, so let's see here. Do we do minion damage? Or do we do shared increased necrotic damage? That's a tough call. We want this one for sure. And we need 3 points. So let's just go for 3 points on this first, and then we can do the minion damage afterwards.
What? Go on then. Bah.
May a terror smile upon you. Farewell.
All right, let's see here. I think we're gonna go here. Alright, so you did the bleed chance conversion to ignite chance for the Witchfire Warlock. I think that item was bugged. At least I think it was for me in some combination. I tried it out, but maybe it's fixed or maybe the bug was elsewhere. I don't know. And if everyone if anyone is wondering, then we're just doing all the quests here because I never spent time learning what quests give passive points and whatnot. So we just rush every quest and we get the passive points whenever we get it. We get the idle slots whenever we get it. And sometimes we just get some gold and some XP. Or we're just gonna do everything. We even scared the dragon there, so... I'm not gonna stand in there. And I think maybe our belt is ready to equip now. Let's just do the dragon first. And I was hoping we had... You see, the golem is just standing there like 80% of the time, and then he hits occasionally. I don't really like that. Alright, so we can equip our belt at least. Now we're just gonna rush because we're at the same level as the area zone here. Let's live on the edge. I do want those runes of corruption because recently I spent like all of my runes of corruption on some experiment. So we need to farm those. And we actually need 2 skeletons here. We need to keep an eye on that because we have so much more multiplicative damage with Hungering Souls when we have 3 minions. So that's on me. I should have kept an eye on that, but at least we got it now. We need 2 skeletons and 1 golem to get the 150% more multiplicative damage bonus for Hungering Souls. So if I ever forget that for a longer period of time and any of you notice it, then please let me know in the chat because we're gonna clear so much faster. Omen window, we're gonna do those for sure. Need those runes of corruption. And I'm actually quite happy that we managed to slam an increased mana regeneration on that ring because that helps tremendously to sustain our mana. Alright, let's see the shrine here. Hopefully movement speed. Nope. Not that we need any more movement speed, but... think we've proceeded 100 now. No, we're still at 99. But at least we got the attunement shrine with the lightning bolts, which is quite awesome. Alright, maybe we'll do Bone Curse on arrival. That's quite awesome. And maybe we'll do the mana for now. So if you have recently joined the stream, we are leveling for Necromancer minion fire build. The only thing we know for sure is that we're gonna use the Ashwake boots introduced in Season 4, the new unique boots. And we're gonna use the Aura of Decay because those boots turn Aura of Decay into fire. And the current plan is to use the Dragon Flame Edict staff to get some minion ignite chance, some minion fire damage, and some minion skills in there, and try to do a minion ignite build. But that might change. But we are going to use the Ashwake boots. That thing we know for sure. Per minions we have 3 minions. I think it's actually better to go with this one then, to get 15% instead of 6%. Now we're gonna turn this bad boy into fire. Then I guess we have to resummon it. At least I don't trust anything of that stuff, so whenever I make changes to my minions, I always resummon them, even though I might not have to. But you see, this time we did. We're gonna do 1 point here, and then some minion attacking cast speed, some minion damage. And then we're going to use the minion armor shred chance. We're possibly going to go with the Aaron's Will body armor for this build, just because it's a very good minion armor in general. And maybe we'll get some more golems in there. I don't know. And I think I'm going 100% the incorrect way here, so we'll just do a shortcut. And back again to get the lever. Or the bridge even, with the lever. Like this. Alright, so now we're soon finished with the Ruined Era, which is something I always look forward to. And we'll get to the Imperial Era soon. I mean, it's still a bleak era with the Immortal Emperor and the destruction of the world and everything, but at least then you're not below the world surface filled with void, so it's a little bit lighter at least. Let's watch the golem here. You see the golem? What the hell is the golem doing? Is it so bugged? You just gotta get it going in the fight, is that it? So if you don't do anything, it will just stand there for the entire fight, and then you have to move it to kind of warm it up. I don't know. All right. So now we're soon in the Imperial era. The helmet is still some levels away. Yeah, me neither. I think I've never seen that golem immobilization or whatever you want to call it previously, so I think that's kind of weird. We're not having any upgrades here. I was just thinking we don't have an amulet, so that's a little bit of a waste, I think. At least this one got some minion damage and some mana regen. And we don't need the attack speed, obviously. We would have preferred cast speed. So this one, for instance, would have been better. Can try to get some spell damage. Maybe some... Do we have necrotic penetration? I think this one is probably better.
I believe seek out the outcast queen, leader of the living rebels, and show her the Epoch. The rest.
Alright, so now we're at least above the world's surface instead of below it. Got some sunlight there. We got to keep an eye on our minions. That we always have 3 minions up here. Because then we get this damage bonus for having exactly 3 minions. So please remind me if I forget. And we're not going to spend too much time here. Maybe just drop a Wandering Spirits here and there. Now I misclicked. You see the golem just standing there. Then suddenly decide to do a punch. That's a bit weird. I think we're just gonna go with more mana for this one, just to have some mana sustain. We're not gonna do this one.
Yes? Godspeed with you. Yes?
Right, so the golem is basically doing nothing, I think. See, the golem just suddenly decides to stand there. I've never seen that before. We're not doing Rift Beasts in the campaign. Awesome. Some idle slots. We're going to use those for sure. The golem doesn't really matter because it's not doing anything anyway. I don't know. Maybe some movement speed, maybe some flat damage. I think this one. And then I think possibly we'll do at least 1 point in this one, just to ensure we have our mana sustain. Our movement speed is actually at 134 when using transplant because we get haste. So that's kind of nice.
Your death has come.
And then the golem is just standing there again.
You are a skilled
Later,
fighter.
a smile upon
It is no wonder that the Epoch wither before me.
Omen window, we're gonna do all of them. And now I think we're gonna do this one, or maybe some more hit damage. I'm not sure. I think maybe we'll do 6% more damage. Yeah.
Will not take.
So we don't want to be above the area level at least. Now we are just at the area level. So then we're just gonna rush. Gotta make sure we have 3 minions to get that insane damage boost. The only issue here is that we spawn this totem. I think it's from our rings, the illusory tree. And whenever we spawn that totem, our damage drops massively because then we have 4 minions. And we miss out on the 150% more multiplicative damage from the Hungering Souls tree, so... But I guess that's the trade-off with the rings we got. Because they give a lot of movement speed, and we've even slammed some intelligence onto there, so that's awesome. And I think... we might spec into the cooldown recovery. We actually had 2 passive points, so now we're gonna do the minion arm shred.
Your death has come.
Make it far.
So we're gonna give our golem some more flat damage, even though it doesn't bother attacking anyway.
My ship will be your tomb.
Hurry! You'll take that as a yes. Get to the railing and give a signal when you're ready.
Alright, we're covering some good ground here. Mostly because of our movement speed.
I am not
You washed up. It's problem. Yeah, I'll only slow you down.
And we're gonna do the giant scorpions in this area.
Your death has come. Death will not take me.
He remembers you.
You think I've been slacking on specs? We're actually doing some good leveling here, I think. Although I would expect the damage to be a little bit higher, but I mean, it's totally respectable, but in terms of the gear we got. So who knows, maybe we'll respec to like a pure minion build. Maybe when we get the mages. Do some fire mages maybe. But for now we're doing kind of good. And we're gonna do this one, I think. And we need to go up here.
Please, I'm merely an academic in search of Majelka's history. So much knowledge gone to waste.
So maybe we'll respec to summon Skeleton Mage whenever we feel like the clear speed is suffering a little bit. But I'm actually tempted to go with mages instead of the golem, because I think the golem is quite useless at the moment, especially when it doesn't attack. Right now it does, but the only issue is that we don't really have any leveling uniques with flat minion damage, or even just leveling weapons in general. So that's why our minion damage suffers a little bit. Wow, that was actually close. And there's something that just drains my health. But we got through. And I need some health potions before we... There you go.
Hey now, I've seen how you handle yourself. All you need to do is clear a path. Then I can tell.
So maybe we'll do the movement speed now. I think we're still gonna pump points into this one because we do struggle with mana sometimes.
Buried in the slums. She told me of the emerald.
I think we're definitely gonna switch the golem. And look at this golem too. Are all golems bugged? Look at them. Just standing there. What on earth is this? I think something has bugged all the golems in the game. That's weird.
3. When she told me it'd take the courage of a ruby Nagasa, I didn't
It will shatter around you.
We even died this time. I think we might be able to equip our helmet now. No, it's 7 levels to go. Get some necrotic penetration. And I think we might even just despecialize our golem. Really don't like the golem when it just stands there and does nothing basically. We're not gonna go with pyromancers, I think, because of the necrotic damage we get from the passive tree. So we're maybe just gonna go up here. Start off with that at least. And then we can still have the golem. Or do we need the other skills? We can switch this one. Actually, maybe we just do this one. So we need to just have 3 minions. Because then we get the damage bonus from the Hungering Soul skill tree. Alright, so I think we have to respec one of those points from the Necro passive tree because now we do have more than 3 minions at times, which just reduces our damage so much. Because we got the skeletal vanguards now being auto-summoned.
Hidden so a word of advice. Don't ask her about the diamond matrons. You'll regret it.
Now we're gonna do the hit damage. So let's see what we do here. Possibly extra projectiles, I think.
Ah, yes.
Then we're just gonna do a quick respec. So we just don't want the threshold bonus here on this node because it will spawn a skeletal vanguard. And we only want 3 minions
Do not dwell on the regret.
at any given time. And soon we'll get Dreadshade. It's not that far off. So we'll definitely spec into Dreadshade once we get it. To buff our minions. Now, we don't want to go into this node to get the threshold bonus there because we don't want to consume our minions. So maybe... Actually, we can just pump more necrotic damage for now. We don't really want any of these nodes. Maybe the minion critical strike chance, but it's not that much.
Death will not take me.
We're just gonna go with the extra projectiles because it's a huge buff. I think our damage kind of picked up a little bit once we got the golem out of there. The pacifist golem refusing to attack. And then we got these skeleton mages instead. Our movement speed is awesome. Nothing to complain about there. Our damage is decent. So I think we're doing good. No major issues at the moment. We're actually covering ground really faster, I think. And I think we're gonna go and get this one once we get there, for sure. And then we soon get to all of those juicy damage nodes, which will boost us even further.
The moment comes.
Now that I come to think of it, wouldn't it be better to go down here and go for the Hungering Souls since we already spec into it? I think maybe we should try going with that instead. I think that's better. Let's try it at least. Two Runes of Corruption, we need those. We will save this one, I think. Yes, for Dreadshade. Then we'll possibly be in a very good place. And in 4 levels time, we can use our helmet with Necrotic Pen. What is this guy doing? That was close. We don't want to get too close. Alright, so we got a point here. Gonna do more damage. We save this one for Dreadshade. And we're kind of doing a hybrid minion necrotic spell build.
On my signal, go to the center of the device and get ready.
The Emperor wants you. You'll go. I'll hopefully. I will see you soon.
It will shatter around you.
So just want to have a look at the ring here. When do we summon that one? We summon an illusory tree when hit. And that gives us more than 4 minions, and then we lose out on this huge multiplicative damage buff, so I'm not gonna summon the beetle as well. So that basically means we have to try to not get hit, because then we don't summon the illusory tree. So we have to keep that in mind. Cooldown recovery speed. Alright, so we got 2 passives. We need to spend it somewhere. We are going for this. And then 1 more point here, and then this one. Shared increased cast speed is what we're after. Or actually attack speed as well, since we have the Death Knights.
Right. I'm willing. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the dreadnought.
Awesome, let's see where we put this one. Maybe some melee area would be good. We're not doing any Nemesis or Rift Beasts or Exile Mages or anything like that. It can be worthwhile doing it if you, at least on the first playthrough of a season, just to try to get some good gear dropping, but we have all the gear we need.
The moment comes.
Actually, we're just gonna pick up all the class idols.
Here I was, hoping this would lead us closer.
It will shatter around you. Black fire.
Your death has come. Your death has come.
All right, we're approaching Dreadshade soon.
Will not take me.
And the Julia's Haven was a perfect timing because I have to go to the bathroom. All right, so let's see. We got one passive point here. We're gonna spend it in this one. And then soon we got Dreadshade. We got the skill ready. Gonna do some hit damage for Hungering Souls.
I'm glad we have a chance to rest. See, and when he fled, I saw him heading deeper into the mountain.
The heart of the citadel is beyond. There is an exit near the Emperor's throne, giving you a chance to strike.
And we can soon use this one to get some necrotic penetration, which is awesome. And I think we get some passives by doing the quest up here, so let's do it. At least our movement speed is not an issue. Jesta says, my Judgment Paladin only does about 200,000 DPS. I've assembled all my gear exactly as per the guide. I don't really know what to say about that, sorry. It's hard for me to say anything unless I see the build planner and stuff like that. And I don't have a guide for Judgment Paladin. So it has to be someone else's guide as well. This one is actually quite nice, I think. At least for leveling purposes. And did we do it? Yeah, we did it.
You killed him? If we pull this off,
Passive
maybe I can give us
points.
some good news for once, eh?
Ah, we're soon there, guys. Dreadshade. Still gonna go, or maybe we'll do minion melee damage actually. Good morning, Gary. Nice to see you again. How are you doing, buddy? Hope you're having a good day. So awesome to have you on the stream. And here we also have to find the roaming Imperial Watchers. So we have to look at the map here. Did we get 2 of them, or was that a random one? Actually, I think, yeah, we're gonna do this one first. Actually, that's a huge detour, isn't it? We have to go back here. And then the other one is over here. Then we can do the final one. Now I think we can use our helmet, actually. Yep. Necrotic penetration. Some health in there. And even with our insane movement speed, it still kind of almost outruns us. All right, so one more and we got Dreadshade. Gary are asking how we are moving so fast. Well, we have some really good leveling uniques with a lot of increased movement speed. We can soon have a look at them. All right. Yeah, so we got these 2 rings. They can give up to, I think it's 16% movement speed. Sorry, it's actually 18 increased movement speed per ring. We don't have the perfect rolls, but we do get a lot of movement speed from these. We've also slammed these with the tier 7 increased movement speed. We got swiftness here, which grants increased movement speed based on character level. So based on our level, we get increased movement speed. So yeah, we're stacking a lot of increased movement speed. We got 101 now. So the movement speed is not an issue for sure. I think it's actually our damage that is somewhat not an issue, but I was hoping it would have been a little better. but we'll soon get Dreadshade, so at least then we'll buff our Death Knights. And it is a luxury problem because our damage is good. But it could have been even better. And that was a really close call. You see our clear could have been better. Now we actually get Dreadshade, so... So we're gonna specialize in that. I think we're gonna go with this one. And then this one. Yeah, streamer client.
I never would have thought necromancy could be
That's
so
why we got so much movement speed.
something
Streamer privilege. It's not. It's actually because our slammed uniques are so awesome. Especially the boots with the tier 7 increased movement speed and intelligence as well is kind of good. But our survivability, as you can see, is not that good. So I think we might have to think about that soon. We can't even get to that health potion. And the minions just want to follow me. They're not even attacking.
Now's our chance. Quick, use Herod's lance.
Good morning, Harmoniac. Nice to see you. How are you doing today? So good to have you on the stream here.
Each step is inevitable.
I'm back in my own era. Looks like more forces
I know how to control the minions.
mountain.
Yeah, I do know how to control the minions. But sometimes the minions are bugged. And we even previously on the stream had a pacifist golem in our ranks. So it's not always that easy. And we're just gonna do all the omens because I want Runes of Corruption. Alright, we're not gonna do... We're gonna do this one for sure. We're not gonna spec into crit for now. Actually, it might have been good to do it, but let's go with this for now. We would have to go back to spec into the flat minion crit chance as well if we went for that. So the initial plan for the endgame build is to use the Ash Wake boots that turns Aura of Decay into fire. And then we're going to use the Dragon Flame Edict staff to get minion ignite chance and minion fire damage. And we're going to try to do an ignite build for minions. But we don't know for sure how it's going to turn out, so we might switch things up once we get there. But what we know for sure is that we'll definitely use the Ash Wake boots and use Aura of Decay. We don't have Dreadshade active, so that's not good. We're gonna do minion melee damage here. Oh, there's actually a champion here.
The reflection stars. This one is pretty nice. But I do think we need to
crank up our survivability soon because our resistances are pretty messed up. No wonder we take so much damage. Our armor is decent, but nothing more. So far, we've just focused on movement speed and damage. But there are some close calls. We're probably gonna go either necrotic damage or attack and cast speed. I think maybe we'll go with this one.
Protects us. Quickly now. Go.
I just had to watch that again. It's the new cinematic cutscene for Season 4. So I've only watched it once so far, so I think it's pretty cool. Before it wasn't a cutscene, it was just kind of in-game happenings between Geralt and Raya.
We don't have the then they will reveal the path to hero.
Right, I think we got some room for more idols, so let's check it out. We want some increased health for sure. Let's see what we got here. Some resistances. I know we got some pretty decent ones. Maybe this one. Do have some with 6% health. Maybe this one. I think that'll probably do for now. I think that's fine. And we should equip an idle altar as well. So maybe try to get some prefix boost. We don't have any huge idols, so let's see. So this one is pretty good, isn't it? Actually do get some here as well. This one as well. All right, let's see what we got here. So this is prefixes and suffixes. The only problem... Yeah, we managed to do it. And then I think we want this down here. Right, I think that was a pretty decent upgrade. Yeah, ideally we want some better amulets going for us. I'm actually thinking about this one because we do leech a lot of damage as health. So maybe we'll go for that one just to boost our defense. Yeah. 7.9. Think we're gonna go with this one.
Yes? Farewell.
So we have actually converted our achievement now to apathy. Not that we have any major achievements, but and I guess that gives us mana regen instead of mana. Yeah, the health leech is definitely helping. Yeah, look at her go. And actually, we get haste as well when we use transplant, so I think our movement speed pushes like 140% after using transplant. So it's lightning fast. I wonder if Wraithlord build is still OP. It shouldn't have gotten any nerfs, should it? Not to my recollection, so guess it works. This one is pretty nice. We're gonna maybe not equip it since we need the health, but if our survivability kind of settles, then that's a kind of nice idol for us. And now I think we are going... should we maybe get the buffs? I think we want the buffs. For sure. Since we're doing a hybrid build of minions and spell damage. And I have to remember to, because sometimes the Death Knights die and I forget to rebuff them with Dreadshade.
He remembers you.
Now I think we're in a very good place, since we also get the buffs from Dreadshade. And with the health leech as well, then I think our survivability is somewhat covered. Cam says minions are the best. Yeah. I'm very fond of minions. I think minions are possibly my favorite builds. Pretty confident about that. And that's why I often tend to go with minion builds as well. Let's see. Dreadshade. Yeah, so now we're gonna go with the necrotic flat damage. Right? Yeah. Here we have to be a little careful. You don't want to stand in those avalanches. You just get stun locked and die often. Alright, where do we go here? Melee fire damage. Six-second cooldown. We don't really want that, so I think we're gonna go with speed.
Yes. Gods be with you.
Idle slots, that's awesome. I think we can equip the new idol we got then. Even more idols, so yeah. So we got this one, that's pretty awesome. The only thing I don't like here is that we don't really have much room for it, so maybe we should go with the other one. So we want the prefixes. So maybe this one is better than possibly. Let's try it. But then we don't have the huge one, obviously, because they're unlocked. Alright, I think we just have to wait for it, basically. Or maybe we just do this. Let's see how it goes without the health. We can do some more armor idols. Got some pretty decent ones with health. Alright, let's try this one. Yeah, Apathy drains health. I think because of the amulet we just equipped, I think we're kind of good there at the moment. Because we do leech a lot of health. And we also get health drain from transplants.
The moment comes.
So we want to get over here and get this one. So I think we'll just continue speccing into this one for now and then switch over to this one. And we're going the wrong way. Are the regular pictures still there? Gary asks. The regular pictures.
You're alive, but you.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Who cares about
What pictures? It was probably the wrong chat. That's fine. I will might actually just try to use the other amulet that doesn't convert our attunement to apathy, just to see if it makes any difference. But even then, we do have a lot of more health leech on this amulet, so maybe it kind of evens it out. Okay, so there's a champion here.
all that's left is locating the lance.
Alright, so we'll do Juron. Is that what the tree is called? Juron. And then we're gonna do a quick lunch break, unless we die here. Just gonna get the lance from Morditas.
We have the lance. Tell me more of this immortal
The lance.
emperor on our journey.
Awesome, then we'll do
I know things
probably
are
around
crazy,
50
but all that is
minutes
left is to take the
lunch.
lance and bless it.
I'll try to not get disconnected. The stream will be live, 15-minute lunch. See you guys soon. All right, we're back in action. Let's see what we got here.
I see my vessel is already within the lance. Take it and use it well. Even the gods.
We have here. We must your will from death. Forgive me. Let's end our conversation there.
So just want to check the level requirements for Ash Wake, the boots we're going to use for the final build. It's actually level 40. And we're 46, so we could actually start using them. You would need some Lich passive points to get it, to get Aura of Decay, which the boots will turn into fire.
We have a problem. Are you then? They're holed up in the pier.
But I don't think we're going to use them quite yet because we'll lose a lot of movement speed before we actually slam them. And I think we missed something up here. Camro asks, fire zombies? Well, not necessarily zombies. We don't know quite yet. It's not in the first plan to have zombies, actually. But we'll might end up with zombies at the end. Who knows? At least we're gonna first try for...
Can I help you?
Let me just...
Don't lose your way.
We're gonna first try for a minion ignite build. So fire damage with the Aura of Decay turned to fire with the Ash Wake boots introduced in Season 4. And where we go from there, we don't know yet.
The moment comes.
But for now, we're gonna capitalize on the Tier 7 leveling movement speed boots we got, which gives us 100% increased movement speed. And our damage is decent, so we're not in a very bad place there. But once we see it suffers, then we have to do something. Got some skill points here. We don't got that many mana, so I'm not gonna go up here, I think. Yeah, let's do that one. And here, minion melee damage. For now, at least. By the way, if you enjoy this stream, then please feel free to hit the like button to make sure it reaches other people as well. Would appreciate that.
I see that if that is troubling.
Wow. That was close. Okay, so now we got 132 movement speed, 166 movement speed with haste. That's kind of wild.
The people call me Lagon's right hand. I'm no more than a nursemaid for...
Look at that movement speed. An Omen Idol. Not a really good one.
I'm glad you cited. That would not be wise. Liath's been known to
Gods be with you.
tense. Though I see her.
And we got some more idle slots that we want to fill up here. I think we'll go for health. This one. And let's see what resistance we need. Cold. That'll do it.
help you. Farewell.
So there's so much gear we could actually use now in terms of uniques and stuff like that that would boost our damage substantially. But we're gonna use the movement speed gear for now. Our damage is decent plus, and we're not suffering any major issues there. And up until we do, we're just gonna prioritize movement speed. Hello, Migo. So nice of you to drop by, and thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate that. It makes me really happy. And I hope you have a good day at work.
Leave this place. Now.
Infinite possibility.
And we have to rebuff our Death Knights for every zone we enter. And we soon have a new skill unlocked. Maybe we go with fire rates. Or maybe just the regular ones for now. And I think I'm going the wrong way.
Infinite possibilities.
Some more necrotic damage.
I swear, if I find out who designed this temple, I will tear their soul to shreds myself.
Again, I take no pleasure in this. Your death shall be quick. Are you lost? Who chose this? Why are you so persistent? Oh, I was trying to protect everyone.
That's Lyeth down. Now it's Lagon. I think Lagon will take some time. I'm not too impressed with our single target damage.
An abyss below. You are in my world, mortal. Entertain me.
As soon as we get some flat minion damage on our weapons, I think we are switching to a pure minion build. And our resistances are really not up for this. Now we don't even have a healing potion. There's one healing potion down there, but we cannot reach it, can we? But we made it. There's even a healing potion here.
Enough! Take my portal back to the surface before I change my mind.
Alright, so now
Could release these waves.
we're going for raids,
It's only a few.
I think. And I think we're gonna go with max 2 raids down here. We don't want to use mana on summoning them all the time, and for now we're just gonna do melee raids. I'm not gonna take this one. We're possibly gonna take this one. Some necrotic damage over here, and then we have crit down here. So I think actually we're just gonna do melee attack speed for now. And this is actually awesome because we're actually planning on using flame rates, and we need this idol for the build that we're planning on, so that was very welcoming. Hey Scard, nice to see you. How are you doing today? So good to have you on the stream. I'm actually doing quite well today. It's just so nice to have a fresh season of Last Epoch.
You're back. You
I'm
may
enjoying
expect
it.
It will be a long road to Majelka after, but you are used to walking, right?
Now we're gonna go with this one to get elemental, necrotic damage. Now we need necrotic damage, but we are going to need elemental damage once we turn our build into fire. We're starting a Warlock Scard. Awesome. That's only 0.8% of the player base who plays Warlock, obviously, based on the stats in the Last Epoch newsletter. I was actually kind of surprised by that. I knew Warlock wasn't popular, but 0.8%. I mean, I like Warlock. It's a very squishy mastery, but you just have to move, not get hit. And I really like the damage over time mechanics with Witchfire, Ignite Overload, Damned Overload, all of that stuff. It's very awesome. Yeah, Warlock is really cool. You can get a lot of movement speed for Warlock as well, which is actually a defensive layer to actually avoid getting hit. So, but the class is definitely not meant to face tank. That's for sure. Hello, JW. Nice of you to reach out. Appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words. You love double bosses, twin champions. Lizard chaos. Yeah, that's always fun. When you get these loot lizard shrines, that's really cool. And then I think you can even have like 5 lizards spawn from killing 1 lizard as well. So you can end up with like 10 lizards if you're lucky. And that's kind of cool. And we have to remember to use our new skill. But we don't really, we can use it instead of this one. So now we can have 2 rates. We're limited to 2 rates because of this node. But then the rates do not decay, and we also get 180% more damage, a lot of melee area health, size, which generates threat from the enemies. So I've always liked the larger rates. And let's see how they do. And we're just gonna continue with our movement speed for as long as we can. Hopefully, at least the late campaign. If not early endgame, before we have to switch things up. I'm not too impressed with the damage. But that's a trade-off with the movement speed. Two Raids is my rapper name. Awesome. What a coincidence. But yeah, it does sound like kind of a rapper name, doesn't it? Two Raids.
I thought there is now there's like I said.
I can't believe so. Don't you worry about me.
Idle slots, we're gonna capitalize on those. I don't like the being forced to equip the minor idols. But at least we get some decent armor from them. Let's see what we can find here. Some fire resistance, lightning resistance. Maybe this one. Let's see if we got anything else. Some armor there. Actually, this one is pretty neat. Oh, we're gonna go with the resist for now. We need that. Alright, so our physical resistance is some of the worst physical resistance I've ever seen. So we basically... Do we got any idols with fist res? Physical resistance, we need to use this one for sure. That's basically the only one we got. Maybe this one. So physical resistance is really important, so we have to trade some here. What resistance is? So lightning can take a minor hit. This one. And... maybe this one as well. Alright, so at least it's 90 now, it's better.
Hello.
Two Chainz is a somewhat famous rapper here in America. Yeah, it's a similar name to Two Raids. Maybe they can make a duo or something. So the only issue now is that our buff from Hungering Souls with 150% more multiplicative damage is down the drain because we have more than 3 minions. But let's see if it's worth it. I think the clear speed is decent.
Your echo will break.
Yeah, I think the clear speed is definitely worth trading off the Hungering Souls damage, so we might as well even just respec those nodes over here. Get this one. Maybe some... We'll definitely respec this one. Spell damage per 20 max mana. We don't have a lot of mana, and we do get a projectile penalty there, so we're gonna remove that one. We're gonna spec into this one more. And then I'm not so confident about the mana cost here, but we do limit it a bit here, so maybe we go over here and do that one, or even up here. So let's do it. So it served us well, 150% multiplicative damage, but for now we're gonna spend them elsewhere. Then I think we're gonna go with the necrotic flat damage for the rates. Yes, guard, I am going to use the Ashwake boots. That's the whole plan for the build. We don't really know much more than that. That's the only thing we know for sure, that there will be a build with the Ashwake boots. What that build will be, we have a slight idea. Minion Ignite build possibly. But we don't know anything else for sure than that we're gonna use the boots. There's Seric.
I can't complain about that offer. You ready to head out then? The Scalebane were never meant to be common. Thought the Scalebane used these to stage ambushes on people and it's a sick thing to exploit our people like this. Cut through them like butter.
So now if we only get some flat minion melee damage on our weapon somehow, then we should be in a very good place. I think maybe we can soon use some of the exalted weapons I have in my stash. And then we're gonna turn it into a full-on minion build. I don't think we get a passive from this one, but let's see. I think all the passives are done by now, aren't they? No, they're not. Or maybe. So then we're already in chapter 9.
Change is coming.
Goes kind of fast when you have 100% increased movement speed.
I understand your fear.
And some decent damage.
Too long have we all been bound by the chains of fate. I will shatter. Seek to bind me. Freedom will be our future. My future. At any cost.
Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
No one is permitted. The temple is closed. Leave. I don't want to see you here again.
This one we're gonna save for sure. For our flame rates, maybe we'll do them.
Was it just me, or if you? I am not sure if we can trust this friend of yours, but I trust you.
I overheard you. What? And hey, if you're looking for a little detour before you dispose of the guild leader, let me know. You're not going anywhere. We'll crush you. I'll tear you apart. Let's straighten them out. You're not going anywhere. They're mine. You can't best me. Straighten them out.
Can I help you?
Try me. Let's straighten them out. You.
Run.
Let's straighten them out.
Mistake.
They're mine. How's my poison?
I think our damage is pretty decent now. Could have been better, but we're still not gonna do anything with it as long as we have the movement speed. The only thing we'll do probably soon is to switch our weapon with some flat minion damage instead.
What brings you here? Farewell.
Let's straighten them out.
Take me.
Mine. They're mine.
So we actually got 2 passive points here. And then the plan is soon to get the Thresher bonus here, and then in the end game we'll start stacking Vitality to get more multiplicative damage over time for minions per Vitality.
Oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit? It's going to work.
Good day, traveler. Farewell.
Right, we're gonna go with cast speed for, sorry, the attack speed for our Death Knights. And cooldown recovery speed.
Let's go thin their numbers a bit, shall we?
All right, so now the question is, what do we do? I'm thinking maybe going for the damage over time here. That's the plan anyway. So I think we're gonna go there.
Well, try not to fall off. All we got to do is steer tap. It looks like the Ospreys weren't a fan of us following their boat. Get ready for a fight.
So we're gonna do one more point in the chance for extra projectiles for Hungering Souls. And then I think we're gonna go down and take the mana reduction. So we're just gonna pump more into that one for now. To get more damage. That's a lot of idols. We're not hiding any of them, so... So this is actually a extremely good idol for the final build, potentially if we go with flame rate, so that's awesome. This one as well, very nice. And I think we soon have to filter the idols a little bit better, but we're not gonna spend time on that now. And our physical resistance is really bad, so whenever we take some physical hits, we see our health drops quite a lot.
pathetic.
So now we're like 4 levels below the area level, so that's why we take some time to kill some of the mobs.
The window opens.
You have no chance.
You see there are some physical hits. And we're almost dead.
Searing silence.
So we need the runes of corruption. I spent a lot of runes of corruption lately on an experiment. And we need to stack up again.
Submit. Goddess, save me.
So now we actually got necrotic penetration per overcapped necrotic resistance through this threshold bonus. So if we have overcapped necrotic resistance, we get 5%, sorry, 1% per 5%. And we got like 15%, so get 3% necrotic penetration for our minions. At least that's something.
Submit, peasant.
We were actually on the right track, weren't we?
Pathetic. Were you hoping to find Majessa human? All you will find here is your death. Submit. Orbis, aid me. Nothing can stop me. Nothing.
This time, this is an interesting development.
What do you think you're doing, my pitiful vessel maiden?
I am breaking the cycle. I refuse to be your sacrifice.
Disgraceful. Rage is unbecoming of you, child.
This the torment that now fills you.
What's happening? Get out.
I think that cutscene should be able to be skipped because it does last quite a long time. I think I watched it like 100 times now, so...
This is your doom.
I think the damage is good now. The minions hit quite well as long as we remember to have Dread Shade up.
This is your doom.
I'm more worried about our survivability now, to be honest.
Get out of my mind. Get out.
Oh, that was close. That was also very close. I think we have to kind of take a step back here and let our minions do the job. I think we were down like at 10 health there. So now we're heading to the Ancient Era for the last chapter.
This would be so much easier if you had died with her. No matter. I can still take you what I need.
I think damage-wise we're in a good place. We're not going to do any changes here. Gonna go down here and take some mana cost reduction. And our minions are doing the job for now. We have 102% movement speed with the haste we get from Transplant. We are at 132. So our movement speed is awesome. And that's what we want because we'll clear much faster. And for now, I don't see any point in making changes. If so, then I think our survivability is the one we should have a look at first. But even now, I think we're in a decent place there as well.
Such chaos. Interesting.
You see, we gotta be a little bit careful. Our survival is not very impressive. And we're doing all the Omen windows. We need Runes of Corruption. I'm low on them at the moment. Scarred says chapter 10 is so pretty. Yeah, I totally agree. And I also have the graphic settings kind of turned down, just to kind of optimize performance. So I think you can get it to look even prettier than this for sure. But the scenery and all of that is just beautiful. So much better than the Ruined era.
Out of my way!
Hello, Jacking. Do you have a build guide with loot filter for this build yet? No, I don't. I barely know what build we're gonna go for. That's how I like to do things. I like to test everything. I do have kind of like a theory in mind. We know for a fact 100% that we're gonna make a build with a new unique item boots called Ash Wake that turns Aura of Decay into fire. And from there we are possibly, at first at least, trying to do an Ignite minion build. Possibly have some flame rates in there, some fire mages. Try to stack Ignite as much as possible. But if it turns out the way I want, we'll just have to wait and see. But no, I don't even have a theory crafting build planner for this, so we have to wait and see how it turns out. And that's usually how I like to play the game. Just trying out everything back and forth, finding the best synergies. And we'll see what we'll end up with. And you see, sometimes I forget that I have to rebuff my minions with Dreadshade, and once I do, the damage just skyrockets again. We're still just gonna pump full points into this one, and then possibly we're gonna do the threshold bonus for this one, and maybe soon, in maybe 10 to 20 levels, we'll go for the Ashwake boots and try to get a build on its feet. The build is still in early ages, yes. We're still just leveling. With our leveling gear, that's why we have a movement speed of over 100%. We're not gonna end up with that. But for now, we have traded off a lot of survivability and damage to get our movement speed that high. But during the campaign, at least, I really value high movement speed. Once again, I forgot to rebuff my minions, but now they're doing damage again. Any plans for dot poison builds? I have done, I think, a couple, at least one necromancer poison dot minion build But the plan is not poison this time. It's fire with ignite, because we're gonna use the Ash Wake boots. I've said that from the very beginning, once I saw those boots, and I misclicked. Once I saw those boots, I immediately said that that was gonna be one of my early builds. And I've done 2 builds so far for Season 4, and the Ash Wake boots is the 3rd one. So we'll definitely do an Aura of Decay fire build with the Ash Wake boots. But apart from that, if we're doing damage over time, if we're going with critical strike, we don't know yet.
That is enough for now.
But the plan is to stack a lot of vitality, get the threshold bonus of 1% more multiplicative damage per vitality. We're gonna end up with around 80 to 100 vitality based on my calculations for like the endgame build. And obviously you can push that further for the aspirational build if you min-max it. And there's also an amulet that gives 2 flat health per vitality. So let's say we end up at 100 vitality, then we're gonna get 200 flat health only from that stat. And then obviously vitality also gives 6 health per vitality as well. So we're gonna get a lot of flat health from that synergy and stacking vitality. But if it turns out the way I am thinking it will turn out, we'll just have to wait and see. But at the moment I'm really liking the build, as long as I remember to buff the minions with Dread Shade, then it's a really enjoying build to play at the moment. Nothing major to pinpoint. And as long as we try to stay out of at least physical hits, because we have a really bad physical resistance, then we should be good to go.
Change both of our fates, to save our future from you. You will die here, traveler. I will be free. I, traveler. I will end you. I will end you. Void, aid me. Die, traveler. I will be free. No. Robis, I can't do this alone. I need to find the temple. And you need to fall.
At first glance, pure chaos, but they embody order and purpose.
Let's see here, we got a skill point. Mana cost, I think we're gonna go with that one, or maybe some damage over time. Maybe do this one and then this one to get even more projectiles.
Your death has come.
Without their queen, the Droll will struggle. Their future holds little hope. It is still goodbye, little one.
To talk to him again.
Please, if you can, do not catch her before she reaches me.
So this is actually Farsight Turtle. This is the guy that one of the Woven Echoes are named after. The one where you can re-roll the legendary potential of unique items. And he always seems to be bugged for me, because I can't interact with him there. And this is also annoying because this is a bug as well. I'm clicking once here, but she just goes straight back. This happened to me the previous playthrough as well, so I need to teleport away and then back to get into the town. So it's very good that they actually register the waypoint once you get into kind of the pre-city there. If not, then it would block the progress. All right, so the plan ahead now. So what we're doing now is, we're gonna go with this one. So the plan now is to pump 2 points into this, then go for the threshold bonus here. Then immediately, as we can use some of the gear we got in here. Let's see, we need some minion. Let's just do minions for now. So if you can use any of these items that I've hoarded, like this one for instance, it's level 71. Some of them should be like this one, level 60. 67. It's not that far away. It's like 12 levels. Once we can use some of these, we're gonna switch to a full-blown minion build. Switch up Hungering Souls potentially with something else. You see, this is level 63. This will actually be very nice. I think we're just gonna save this one. So that's the plan. And up until then, we are gonna use Hungering Souls. Once we get there, we will potentially spec into flame rates. We got the awesome idol over here. We even got another one somewhere. This one is even better with the ward retention. And then we can soon use the Bone Clamor Barbute helmet to get a lot of ward per second. And then the plan is also to use the... So this is the initial plan. It's not necessarily it's going to turn out. The Dragon Flame Edict. We got one with 2 LP somewhere. This one, for instance. I think we got several. And it gives a lot of ignite on minion hit, minion fire damage, and +1 to all minion skills. So we're going to try to do an ignite build, and then obviously the star of the show is the Ash Wake boots. Also here we got a lot of them, so we're going to run these through Nemesis, all of these. And we even got some 2 LP ones somewhere. And we're gonna, so there's the 2 LP one. So we're gonna slam that one immediately when we switch to the kind of somewhat of an endgame build. And all of these we're gonna run through Nemesis to see what we get. And we do have some boots to slam onto here, we just need to craft them. But for now we got all of this movement speed on our rings, our gloves giving us swiftness, the Kestrel body armor. So we're just gonna go with that for now until we kind of stumble upon some damage or survivability issues, like major issues that we need to address. So that's the plan. We're going to try to do a minion ignite build. Let's see how it goes. Maybe we have to come crawling back and make it into a crit build, which often is the case when you try to do minion damage over time builds. To my experience, crit is really strong. But that's at least the plan. But that will be later because the stream will end now. So I will see you guys. Thank you for stopping by, everyone, for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stream, then please consider hitting the like button and make sure you have subscribed to the channel to stay tuned for all of my videos. See you later, guys.